Okay. Now we're playing Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition with a first person mod where everything works and there's definitely not going to be any technical issues. Let's go.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
I love that we start off in first person looking at our reflection in the mirror. But this is it. Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition with a first-person camera mod. If you saw the new Silent Hill 2 Iceberg video that went up on my YouTube channel, you should know I'm never explaining this ever again. Explain this like 4 times. What's funny is like I did that as a joke, but it is just a joke for the sake of the video. We're going to talk about this because I've been streaming these games since like 2015. And I've explained everything that's on that iceberg like hundreds of times at this point. So having to explain something 3 times, it was more just funny that it came up so often that the person who made the iceberg put it basically the same thing on the iceberg 3 different times. But yeah, this interesting drawing here, which we can see nice and clearly thanks to the first person mod, is taken from a book called The Dictionary of Demons. Came out in 1988 by author Fred Gettings. And in Dictionary of Demons, this is Lilith, a demon known as Lilith. Surrounded by the drawing is some writing in Hebrew, which is part of an amuletic spell meant to ensure the safe birth of a child. And it's always interesting looking at these kind of things. There is all sorts of depth in just sort of knowing the source of these images and things that they used as textures. And then kind of the further research into, well, did they use this for a specific reason? Is there intent behind the usage of this? Or sometimes did they just kind of pick something because it looked cool or sounded creepy in terms of like, we also have some Bible passages written on the walls. Job, I think it's 10:8. Thy hands fashioned and made me, but then thou turn around and destroy me. I think it is. Little partial Bible quotes here. This one, I am decaying like a garment that is moth-eaten. Also from the book of Job. Potentially references to Mary references to James creating Maria and then turning around in a sense and destroying her. Yami, thank you so much for the 33 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Did you guys know that James is really looking at us, the player, in the beginning? Thank you so much, Yami. Heaven's Night. Got our poster showing Maria right at the very beginning of the bathroom. This is like even in the PS2 version original game. This texture is here, but very, very difficult to see, but just sort of foreshadowing Maria's appearance from the very first room, very first environment.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
And there we go. First person, Silent Hill 2. Yeah, still gotta love that giant flat JPEG image backdrop. And on that note, Yoshio, they recreated this. The bands who made this, the Enhanced Edition mod, they recreated this backdrop using the same location and methods as the original team. So this is not the original backdrop from Silent Hill 2 on PS2. The Enhanced Edition devs took newer photos of the same real-world location, Derwentwater, in Keswick, England, from the same angle, same perspective, same real-world location, and edited them together in the same method to create the same sort of backdrop, but with higher resolution source photos. Rather than upscale the original textures, which can only do so much, that's how the Enhanced Edition devs made this look better. Also, I have fog and stuff disabled because for the sake of the first person mod, it sort of muddies things. would so play a VR mod of this game. I think there is VR mods. I think people have already adapted a VR mod or are potentially working on it. I know some of the environments have been recreated in like VR chat or similar programs. Because I know UFO Techie, one of my good friends, did a VR playthrough of a bunch of Silent Hill 2 environments with some of his friends, where they were like walking around and getting on top of the cars and stuff with their VR avatars. Got a map of Silent Hill. But this, like having a full, just, you know, playable Silent Hill 2 VR, definitely possible. It's really, really interesting how well the first person aspect works for this game, for a game that's not designed for it. Most of the time, if you take a game that's not designed for like first person, like if you tried to do this for like Resident Evil or original Resident Evil games and stuff, things would look bizarre. Like the environments are flat 2D backgrounds. You'd be 3D models running around on like that JPEG background there of the hills. It would be very, very strange. A lot of games that are not made for first person and stuff don't really work, but for the Silent Hill games, because of kind of the way Team Silent did their 3D environments and how much detail they put into things, even things the player wouldn't normally see, they have lots of things that are still rendered, even though they're not visual, you know, not something that the player can see at all. So I think because of that level of detail, it really, really helps kind of converting everything over into a first-person perspective, so that as you go around and look at the environments and things, like, yeah, you can see, oh wow, there's a little trash bag. There's a trash bag in the dumpster that's partially closed. Stuff like this, where it's like, we can walk up to it and see that little detail. All these little things are there and rendered, even though from the normal perspective, like, you can barely see this little corner here in front of the van, let alone like the trash bag in the dumpster. But again, because that level of detail is there in the environments, first person works like really, really well. Go to Toluca Lake. As much as you are a VR enthusiast now, you're okay with not playing these OG Silent Hill games in VR? I mean, that's fair, Yoshio. They weren't made to be played in VR. That wasn't their intention, so I don't feel it's needed. I mean, it wasn't their intention to play it in first person either, but I've played the game 1,000 times in the way that it was intended. This is just a fun little way to play the game from a new perspective. Be the same way that I would sort of categorize VR. Just an interesting way to experience something. But it's not like I'd ever recommend somebody play, first person or VR the first time ever experiencing Silent Hill 2, Have you listened to the soundtrack preview? Yeah. Yeah, I posted it over in my Discord pretty much right after came out on the official Konami channel. I don't have a bot or anything, but one of my moderators can get you a link to the Discord. Here's Angela.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This, this town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Darkest line of text for me in the entire game, 0 self-preservation. Oh, Ray, the, don't care if it's dangerous or not, I'm going to town either way, that line. I mean, it's one of those things where once you kind of understand the plot overall, like, James came to the town to take his own life. That was his intention, that was his reason for coming here. So that, even though it's sort of pushed into the back of his mind, it's something that is not that he's not consciously aware of at this point. Subconsciously, that aspect of him is still there. So yeah, no self-preservation. Like, he didn't need it. That's not what he came here for.
What is it?
Oh. Nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
I guess.
What is it?
Oh.
Oh.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
There we go. I just wanted to get the other variation of the optional scene there. Aren't you looking for someone? That's right. Anyway, sure is quiet around here, huh? Why do they call this place Silent Hill again? Look at this. Most of these gravestones and stuff you can't really read. But this one you can. James Silent Hill. His real full name. Can you read that with the regular camera? Not really. No. I think in the cutscene with Angela, there's a camera angle where you can just like barely kind of see this, which is why it's a little more visible. But yeah, with normal camera, you can't really like read this. You can't interact with it or anything like that. James Silent Hill. Here's another one. This one just has a date and Silent Hill Lakeside. Here's another James Silent Hill. What does that say? (1703, 1713). It looks like SKLUUG. Skloog? Is that my buddy Skloog? Not Skloog. I got Skloog? Smaug. Smaug. There's another James Silent Hill. Interesting. Cosmic King Evil. Gonna be playing Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, and probably 4. Is there a recommended version of 1 I should play? Or just original? DuckStation. Yeah, DuckStation's very nice PlayStation 1 emulator. You can play it basically with its original default settings if you want something kind of close to the original. There's even, I think, like CRT filters and things like that if you like doing that kind of thing. Or if you like a more clean, little more modern visual style, you can do widescreen mods. You can clean up the internal resolution and artifacting and everything to make it look really smooth, really nice. Remove the PS1 like wiggly textures and all sorts of stuff with DuckStation. Works very well with Silent Hill 1. That's one of the things I like the most about emulators. Like, don't get me wrong, I've got physical copies of all of these games, but sometimes the extra options you have through emulation, being able to very fine tune your visuals, especially as a streamer, is a really, really nice benefit compared to playing on actual hardware. Like, stream, the quality for the stream is better. I can very specifically fine tune like
Brams, the next town over.
color and shaders. If I want it to be more widescreen or closer to the original or anything like that. Just chillin'. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 74 months. Best first-person shooter ever made. Silent Hill 2. Yeah. We don't have our gun yet. We do have a chainsaw, though. So it's basically Doom now. Silent Hill Ranch. This I didn't know about until one of the failed previous attempt at a playthrough of this that we're not going to talk about. So the Silent Hill Ranch on the Enhanced Edition, they have the original texture, and then the HD Collection Comic Sans version is on the other side, crossed out in red. Like, don't worry guys, the devs at the Enhanced Edition, they fixed the shitty fuck up from the HD Collection sign. They flipped it over. They crossed it out and flipped it over and put the correct texture back on there. Such a funny little Easter egg. Does it look really weird if you enable the player model in first person? There you go, Cruo. Kind of similar to Silent Hill 1, extra camera unlock. Yeah, in Silent Hill 1, you have a New Game Plus unlockable camera called Self-View Mode. Hey, Techie. If I remember correctly, FOV... Oh, hold on. FOV 35 turns it into Downpour. Oh, that can't be correct. Over the shoulder. Over the shoulder preset. FOV 35. Whoa. Yeah, we got neck view. That's not correct either. That's strange. We'll have to play around with that at some point. We'll just go back to this. Oh, shoulder distance? 35? Oh, it goes in increments of 10. Again, we'll mess with that more another time, perhaps. For now, just kind of the preset for first person seems to work pretty well. But that would be funny if we can mess around with some settings, play it with the downpour style camera. Speaking of downpour, get on the bus. Oops. God. My controls, I had to like reconfigure everything. And I'm not used to this control scheme the way I've got it set up for first person, so kind of fumbling with stuff a little bit. You can like barely see this little area back here, and there's like cars piled up, junk cars. Bunch of school buses. All the stuff that you normally can't really see. Are you going to play the remake with controllers? Yes. Because specifically it is designed with haptic feedback in mind. So I've got a PS5, I've got a PS5 controller. And apparently that also, from what I understand, works on the PC version as well, as long as you have a compatible controller. There's our Jack Nicholson posters. Upside down one. Jack Nicholson from The Shining. You use an Xbox controller, so you're debating. You can make any controller work for any game via Steam with ease these days. It's not about having a compatible controller. Like, you can make any controller work, but not every controller has haptic feedback triggers, where, like, there is more resistance when something is, like, a certain gun has, like, more resistance on the trigger pull versus another gun. That's what I mean when I'm talking about the like haptic feedback or the feedback on the triggers. I think it's called haptic feedback, right? Am I using the wrong terminology? Either way, you have the like resistance against you when you squeeze down triggers. Not all like an Xbox controller is not going to do that. A random, knockoff controller that you find on Wish is not gonna have that feature built into the controller. So you can essentially use software to make any controller work, but you're not going to change the functions of the controller hardware itself. Like the PS5 has a function in it. The PS5 controller has a function in it. That's the right terminology? Yeah, the haptic feedback triggers. Which is used in the Silent Hill 2 remake. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about using a controller, having that function that was, intended by the devs to be there. The Roadrunner, with an only slightly racist cartoon. Silent Hill Farms. Not to be confused with the Indian Runner, which is strange to me because I wonder if that was what this was meant to be. Because you have the Indian Runner in Silent Hill 1, and then you have this, the sign for the Road Runner, which shows like a Native American being, not being pulled, but like riding behind two horses. Also, I love just this, the way this is blocked off. It's not like a gate or like a normal fence or anything. It's just random kind of bits of wood thrown together and like tied up. There's still loose boards and stuff everywhere. Somebody like did this really quick, really quick in a hurry. Like, why did they need to very suddenly block everything off? Things like that feel, interesting in the environment. You can sort of build a small story, environmental storytelling, just from a visual asset, the way that it's presented. Wilts Road, Sanders Street. Also, going back to the Indian Runner thing. In Silent Hill 1, Indian Runner, in general, it's not talking about, like, Native American Indian, right? Isn't Indian Runner it's like a type of bird? If I remember correctly? Just to clarify that for anybody who might be confused on like why it's called that. 70 Years of Flowers. Something your business. First aid kit. Ever notice there's like a little, it looks like lips. It looks like a kiss, like lipstick mark on the watering can there. Yami. Indian runners are a breed of Anas platyrhynchos domesticus, the domestic duck. They're ducks. Thank you. Sale, thank you so much for the Prime resub. 19 months of support. Thank you so much, Sale. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good evening. just love looking at all these little posters, little textures and things. We're going to be looking. We're going to be looking, Bloober, for all these little things. Any of these little textures, if they get reused or stuck anywhere, we're going to find them. We're going to find them and point them out. And be like, I know what that is. Spring bouquet. For $5. This tiny little car. Reminds me of some of the like smart cars, early smart cars and stuff. I was working as a pizza delivery driver at the time when some of those very first like little tiny smart cars came out. And the pizza place I worked at was very like health conscious, environment conscious type of place. So all the delivery cars used, electric cars. And I absolutely hated driving in those things. Because I lived in Austin. I lived in Austin, Texas. For those who don't know, that area of Texas is called the Hill Country. I'm going to give you exactly one guess as to why they call it that. And in little tiny electric smart cars, trying to go up very steep hills is fucking terrifying. Because you can just hear the little electric motor like wanting to give out. Is it because everyone who lives there is a Silent Hill fan? Exactly. And they all order pizza. Tamatuya. Tamatuyu. Shikon no Tama. $24-hour parking. Well, not 24-hour, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Oh. Are these marks blood? That shadow just now. Whoa. I was able to move the camera and stuff still during those little cutscene moments. I was not expecting that. And I mean, we just did an attempt of this a few days ago, and I don't remember that. New and optical. Health drink. Found your channel in late 2015 and remember a 14-hour Silent Hill 4 stream that you did very fondly. We'll never forget. Thank you, Ray. I'm glad you have those like fond memories. Back when I used to stream regularly and for very, very long periods of time. That was kind of my thing. That was kind of like what helped me grow initially as a streamer. Was 2015 to like 2017 when I got partnered. I was streaming very, very often. Almost every day.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
Almost every weekend I would do essentially like 24-hour streams. But for all of my friends and fellow streamers out there, don't do that. I'm paying the price for it. 2015 was 10 years ago. Exactly. It was 10 years ago, and I did that very, very intensely for several years. And I burned myself out and fucked up my health in a lot of ways, and yeah, it's not good. Not good to do physically or mentally. One of those things I wish I had been better about. Wish I had been better about pacing myself and scheduling stuff better, getting into streaming. That shadow just now bothers me. What was that? We'll have to go investigate before we can explore the rest of the town. Can't wait to go inside Gonzala's Mexican restaurant. Mexican Open. Yeah, I know. Was it worth it? Doing all that streaming and stuff? I mean, in terms of like getting growth on Twitch, sure, but no. In long term, no. I shouldn't have done it. I should have been smarter about it. Because I could have done more reasonable stream schedules and not, drastically messed up my health and still, gradually grew the channel. But it's one of those things, it's like, when you're in that mindset, it's very different. I was at a very difficult time in my life. I was literally living out of a garage. I was making ends meet doing random little bits of music, studio work, playing open mics and stuff. And I had been streaming on Twitch since 2011. From 2011 to 2015, I streamed on Twitch. I think the most viewers I ever had was like 5. 2015, January 2015 is when I started speedrunning Silent Hill 2. And little by little, my channel started building up off of that. Other speedrunners would come by and watch me do runs. Other runners would come by and watch me while I was practicing and doing attempts. Then their communities started coming over, start talking about lore. I knew a lot about the lore, so that kind of became a thing. After a while of doing speedruns, people were like, you should just do story playthroughs. And I was like, yeah, sure, I kind of do that with my friends anyway, where we'll just sit down and play the games and talk about them. Started doing that, and that's where like everything started. 2015, January 2015. And after so many years of streaming and not having viewers and kind of being in a really difficult time in my life, being able to turn the stream on and have something to do, have speed runs, have goals, have other people in the community there, keeping me company while I was doing it and watching that viewership grow and grow. It was hard not to just throw everything I had at it. So that was just what I spent all of my time doing. As soon as I wake up, I would just get up and stream, start speedrunning, start practicing, start talking to people. And then eventually, you know, kind of shifted more towards the story playthroughs and stuff, away from speedrun grind. Because people were just more interested in me talking about the story than grinding out runs. And now we live to see a remake of Silent Hill 2. Hope it doesn't fail. Yeah, again, that type of thing, just the perspective, thinking back on it. Having been a fan of this series since the first game came out. Like, I watched every game release since, you know, the first one. It's wild to me to see the series sort of active again after so many years of nothing. Happy to hear that. Personality brings more fortune than money. I mean, you say that. But there's definitely times where I wish money was not a struggle, just like anybody wishes money is not a struggle. Girls, girls, girls. Possibly a Heaven's Night billboard. You can't really make out a like name for this establishment, but you can see the like definitely something for like a strip club. Girls, girls, girls up along the top. Something in red there at the bottom. The open in the top left underneath where it says girls. By the way, Tassadul, thank you so much for the 15 months. Hope you're having a good morning. Thank you, thank you. This mod is basically Silent Hill 4, the game. Well, Silent Hill 4 is only first person when you're actually in your apartment. Even Silent Hill 4 is third person when you're like doing gameplay like this. Which, speaking of, I have this exact same mod for Silent Hill 4. So we can do Silent Hill 4 in first person. All of it in first person. Not just the room segments. I like this perspective that we can see the line figure in there. That's so cool. Go. First person bonk action. Ugh.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
And he puked in my face. At least I hope that was puke. Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town?
Oh, yeah. This thing broken?
James, I'm here. Come to me. James, I'm waiting for you. Why did you kill me?
What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
Spoilers. That's the stuff that I love about Silent Hill 2. You can have audio like that with even those little bits of the subtitles. And even then, I don't think anybody I've ever seen do a first playthrough of this game where they didn't know anything about the game before going into it ever noticed that radio, like that you can hear Mary's voice saying those words. Even on follow-up playthroughs, I know a lot of people didn't pick up on that. So it's one of those things where, like, once you know it's there, it feels very obvious. But for people who don't know that it is there, who are not listening for it, as obvious as it feels when you know that it's there, most people, if you're unaware, you don't catch it. And I think that is like that's a difficult thing to achieve. That's a really, really difficult line to walk. That is, when I talk about like subtlety in games, a lot of times I play horror games and stuff and I'll complain about, oh, something is too obvious or something is not subtle enough. I think that right there is a great example of subtlety. I think that something that when you know it's there feels obvious, but when you don't know it's there is easily missed. I think that is the perfect sweet spot. Because that gives you the satisfaction of like, oh shit, that was there the whole time? And I just didn't pick up on it. That gives you a sense of satisfaction. That kind of gives you that like aha moment. That's what good subtlety can do for a game, can do for a moment, can do for an experience. It can make something memorable like that. Only 5 days, can't wait. 3 days for me. 3 more days if you got the pre-order, the deluxe. You know, it's weird because this is kind of conflicting with my brain a little bit. I reconfigured my controls and things to kind of work a little bit better for first person. And I'm realizing as I control things, that I basically kind of set it up the way I have my controls set up for another game in first person I've been playing a lot of lately called Dark and Darker. My brain is like instinctively trying to approach combat now like I'm playing Dark and Darker. Like I'm trying to like go in and swing and bait out enemy attacks and like turn my camera and strafe sideways, because in Darker and Darker that's faster than like walking backwards. So you like turn the camera and strafe, and I'm like doing all of these things while I'm fighting lying figures. I'm like, okay, brain, here we go. Dark and Darker, Silent Hill 2. Let's just put them together. It's fine. And get landmine roads before I go into the apartments. Got a James corpse. One of many James corpses. This is one of the little things that, well, I won't even say it. I won't even say it. Got the apartment gate key. But cool detail. All the corpses resembling James. Reused assets? It's not even a reused asset. It's lots of unique assets that are all made using existing assets. They're all different variations of like mangled James corpses. Accurate fabrication and welding. Bait out the attack. Go in. M1. M1. E's Italian restaurant. Fancy gifts. Big J's. What do they sell at Big J's? A great question. Can't quite tell from the little window texture. Yeah, the like awning and design and everything makes it seem kind of like a restaurant or something. Do it. Like I said, it is bizarre how well this game works in first person. A lot of times these kinds of mods can, you know, they feel very strange, very unnatural. Speaking of strange and unnatural. A floating phone sign. Silent Jewelers even works well with the mouse controls. So when I did this, I attempted this a few days ago, and I wound up just we're restarting it today because it crashed and I had a bunch of issues. I was using a controller the first time. This time I reconfigured everything and I'm using keyboard and mouse. And I actually prefer keyboard and mouse, I think, with this. Because, yeah, this feels very natural. Strangely. That's what I mean. It's like, you wouldn't think that a game like this, with, you know, designed around tank controls and everything else, you wouldn't think that, like, a first-person mod, something like this, would feel natural, but it does. Going to the pet center. Keyboard and mouse, Nubs Gaming. I've got a long and strange history when it comes to control methods with Silent Hill games. Because again, like, I've played all of these games on release. And for the longest time, like, it was a very long time before I had a computer that was decent enough for, like, keeping up with games. So most of my life, early on especially, was console gaming. So most of basically all of my experience that's playing the Silent Hill games was always on, you know, PS2 or, you know, whatever respective console. And then I would play the PC ports, like, way later, after the console release. So my muscle memory, my preferred method of input was controller until 2015, when I started learning to speedrun Silent Hill 2, and I started speedrunning because it had specific glitches that are in the PC port only. I started learning the PC version and getting accustomed to keyboard and mouse controls. And I put in so many hours speedrunning that I completely shifted my muscle memory away from controller to the point where controlling Silent Hill 2 with a controller started to feel strange to me. And I had gotten used to my speedrun layout playing on keyboard and mouse, which when I was originally speedrunning this, didn't even use the mouse. It was just keyboard. Back when PC ports were notoriously bad. I mean, yeah. Now it's much better. You still have some, you know, some studios are better at doing PC ports than others, and you still get your occasionally bad ports and stuff, but yeah, back in the 90s, 2000s, early 2000s, when you had console games getting ported over to PC and stuff, yeah, it was rough. The PC version, like, that's why the Enhanced Edition is such an impressive and important thing, because the PC port for Silent Hill 2 by default is really bad. Like, comparable, not I don't know, comparable in some ways to, like, HD Collection, where, like, I definitely would not recommend people playing the default unmodded PC port of Silent Hill 2 for a first playthrough. It doesn't run great, it doesn't look great. But the Enhanced Edition does wonders for it. Who remembers using keyboard on Dreamcast? Oh, absolutely. I was constantly on Phantasy Star Online and Choo Choo Rocket. Those were my two big online Dreamcast games, where I was playing them. I had my keyboard plugged in constantly. Because like I said, I didn't really have a good PC, so I didn't get to play a lot of MMOs early on. Well, before that anyway. I say early on, we're talking 2000, 2001. But I didn't have a PC at that time to really like play a lot of stuff that was around, but I played Phantasy Star Online with the Dreamcast. And with the PS2, I played like Final Fantasy 11 online, which was the MMO that I sank like, I can't even calculate how many years of my life. I still play it. I can't even calculate it because I still play Final Fantasy 11. Sorry, I'm just looking around at the windows, all these little boarded up windows. Look at these unique textures. Things that you can barely see normally. And they still, like, didn't repeat the little boarded up segments. They're all unique. Some have, like, a little crossboard on them. I'm just looking in at all these details while I'm reminiscing about things that don't feel like they were 25 years ago. Am I doing a full playthrough? Yes. We're going to be doing a full first-person playthrough of Silent Hill 2. At apartments, first floor. Got our map. We don't need it. But I'm taking it anyway. Rumor has it HD Collection was based on an incomplete version of the PC port. No. It wasn't the PC port. They had pre-release source code for the PS2 release. So they didn't have final like release version source code, but it was still PS2 source code. Even just little things like this, being able to look over the railings on like the stairs and stuff during these segments of the apartments, like gives it such a unique, like new perspective. All of this looks and feels very different with just a simple camera perspective change. Being able to look up and see, you know, the stairs above you, like all of this. Really cool. Konami failed that hard. Well, the problem is Konami didn't want to put any money into it. Because when Konami actually puts money and effort into a franchise, like Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid's a big money-making franchise for Konami. So when the Metal Gear Solid HD collection was coming out, Konami spent good money to hire Bluepoint, a developer, you know, studio that was very familiar with doing ports and knew how to do HD remakes and remasters. They didn't need source code because they had the technology to reverse engineer retail copies. So they didn't need to rely on source code that Konami probably didn't have anyway. And that collection came out much, much, much better. Not perfect, still had some issues, but much, much, much better than something like the HD collection. Konami could have done the exact same thing for Silent Hill, but Silent Hill has historically not sold nearly as well as its other games and franchises, like Metal Gear. So Konami doesn't put as much money and effort into it. So they hire somebody cheap, like Hijinks, who's never done a port, who's never done an HD remaster, who was relying on source code that was not final. So we got a really nasty, messy port. Very sad. But that's how things work. Games are a business, unfortunately. Just looking at all the little graffiti. Heavy Viper. That's a reference to that's Gradius, right? Heavy Viper, Vic Viper, another Konami series. Really fun space shooters. This was on the Girls, Girls, Girls poster. A little bit more worn out, but that same model, like woman wearing lingerie. These little textures that you can really just barely see with the default camera. It's a great mod, but Silent Hill's camera is just better. IMO, why pay people for a useless FPS mod? Pay people? Like, this is a free mod made by fans. Just a fun little perspective thing. Like, I agree. The default camera, the cinematic camera, is the way to play these games, but I've played these games that way and shared them literally thousands of times over the course of the last 10 years on Twitch. So playing it in a new way with a new perspective is interesting. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Pick it up.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
Damn it. Can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? In first person, it makes it, especially while holding the plank, it makes it even more frustrating seeing how close the key is. James very easily could have just gotten it. Why are you like this, James? What did I... Right. Go get our flashlight. Konami seems to be putting some more effort on Silent Hill now, though. Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is flying low on the radar. I mean, there's a lot of weirdness to take into consideration with that, too. Metal Gear Solid Delta is still getting more budget put towards the project than Silent Hill 2 Remake. But I feel like Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill in general, Konami has seen the response from all the fans and everybody since the first transmission a few years ago. And they ramped up. I think they really ramped up marketing. And I think they did it very last minute. I think they weren't planning on there being this much marketing around Silent Hill, but the fan response was bigger than what they were expecting. Which would explain why the Bloober Team trailers, like, probably got cut together and whipped up when they shouldn't have been. Bloober Team was like, hey, Konami put those trailers together and they don't reflect the game and the state that it's in. That, when all that happened, that was my clue, my kind of tip off of like, okay, Konami is not marketing this properly. Why? And that's the most logical thing I can come up with, is they weren't anticipating the response to be as big as it was. And then when it was, they decided to ramp up marketing. And when you do that last minute, you get trailers with footage that you shouldn't be showing and things that don't look so good. Like, I'm very glad they did the follow-up, the more recent story trailers and stuff that, you know, look more polished. But yeah, there's also the whole aspect of like how fans respond to these franchises based on who's working on them. A lot of people are very excited for Silent Hill 2 remake because Masahiro Ito is working on it and Akira Yamaoka is working on it. A lot of people are less excited about Metal Gear Solid Delta because Kojima is no longer there. And most of Kojima's team is no longer there. So you also have that aspect of kind of the fan response to things that I'm sure Konami's aware of. Mary's dress. In the remake, this mannequin does like a backflip up off the ground when it gets up. A sewing machine, nothing special about it. No, read the note. Oh, excuse me. Have we heard the new soundtrack snippets? Yeah, we shared it in our channel Discord as soon as they posted it to the official Konami channel or the Silent Hill channel. Sounds good. It's Yamaoka. Yamaoka doing Silent Hill music. I love it. There's a note with a cutout magazine article attached to it. There's a title written on the front side. Searching for another conclusion. Choosing death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. At the time, I felt that I had no other choices. After I made my decision, it became the only thing binding me into this world. Sometimes I would cry to myself while thinking of the past, but mostly all I did was plan over and over again how and when I was going to kill myself. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway, so I went out of my way to invite disaster. I stopped talking to people and it didn't bother me even when friendships grew distant. So this note changes. It's only seen on New Game Plus playthroughs, and it changes depending on the previous ending of your last playthrough. So the previous ending that apparently the game is reading off of all the saves that I've got is in water. So this is sort of describing the in water ending, and even a little bit of like how you got that ending. I did stupid, dangerous things, being reckless, taking damage, not healing. Those are things that the game calculates towards the in water ending. So very interesting note. And like I said, there's different variations of that note depending on which ending you previously got. So if you play this game a lot, go in here and check that note after each different ending, and it'll be different. Can't open it. interesting and isn't in Water the Canon one. No. So there, according to all the developers, people who've commented on it, there is no canonical ending for Silent Hill 2. All of the endings are intended to be valid, but the in-water ending was the original ending planned. That was when they first wrote the scenario, they first wrote the characters, they first made the story. That was the original conclusion, was the in-water ending. So that was the one that the developers kind of had the most time and thought and effort put into. Am I going for a specific ending in the remake? No, not for a first playthrough. First playthrough, I'm just going to be playing the game naturally. I'm not going to be trying to influence anything one way or the other. I'm just going to be playing it, exploring, doing things naturally. All right. Got our flashlight. Get our gun. Cabinet door all shot up, just sitting in the sink. So many bullet casings. Oh, that looks like... Is that like a little box of bullets? You can see like a few in there. Obviously not like ammo that you can pick up, but I don't think I ever realized that was like an empty box. Yeah, these are like empty ammo boxes littered around as well. Makes sense. We see the gun, we see the casings, obviously all the bullet holes. I like how the bullet fire here is like specifically around the knob. It's very strange. It's like, and the doors are, you know, mysteriously shut. It's like you can't open these. Like, did something strange start happening for the person living here? Their doors wouldn't open. They tried to shoot their way out. Shadows are a little bit weird there. Some of these things look just a little bit off. Actually, this might take away the little flashlight orb constantly in view. This might fix some of the shadows looking strange in a few places. Oh, yeah. That's a little better. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. I like how we still get certain things that force it out of the first person perspective. There's Pyramid Head and his glowy goodness. Despite the devs saying there's no canon ending, the reasons you just explained about In Water is why I choose to believe it is canon. Plus, Frank in Silent Hill 4 never heard from his son, and Silent Hill takes place well after Silent Hill 2. The only reason why I leave some room for doubt there, because I agree with what you said, and clearly you're a Silent Hill 4 fan. Your name is 11121. Walter Sullivan's number in the 21 Sacraments. But the issue that I have with that is that we don't know the relationship that James had with his father. Like, there's plenty of couples who elope or get married and become estranged from their parents afterwards. Like, James could have stopped talking to Frank long before they went to Silent Hill, let alone the events of Silent Hill 2 happening. None of that is explicitly stated in Silent Hill 4 or Silent Hill 2 for that matter. So those are my only issues with that. There's room for doubt. There's room for doubt because we simply don't know how close James and Frank Sunderland were. There's a newspaper here. Looks like it's very old. Who could have? He's dead. Who could have done this? Bonk. I like how with first person you can see this without having to actually like examine it. I mean, obviously you still get the nicer close-up view, but you just make out the puzzle that way. Same thing for a lot of the writing and stuff in the environment. Scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. You can also see the hole in the wall like this, and the room next door. Wonder what he was watching. Reruns of The Man Show. Poor guy. He deserved it. What difficulty is this on? Easy action, normal riddle. Because the focus is on the first person exploration. Looking at things in the environment. I don't want enemies bothering me while I'm trying to like look at something neat in the environment. If you want to watch me struggle and have like a challenge, you can go watch me play hard mode, action, extra riddle difficulty, great knife only. I have plenty of playthroughs where I challenge myself. That's not the point of first-person camera perspective. Not the point of this playthrough. Love the lighting in these areas. Like green off in that corner, red over here above the sink. And this is where we see the moths. Oh, they've spotted me. They're attracted to the flashlight, so you can see they start swarming over.
Doing something so disgusting.
Hey, Uncle Grumpus, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We're playing Silent Hill 2 in first person. We're about to talk about these friendly little moths. They're actually attracted to your flashlight. If you turn your light off, you can see they start flying away from me. They're going back to the light source, or trying to go back to the light source in that room until I turn my light back on. They fly back over again. In some of the early footage and trailer stuff for Silent Hill 2 Remake, it looks like this effect is not there anymore, because they changed the moth room to be like completely swarming with moths. They're just like everywhere, and they don't seem to really react to the player moving through or having their light on or anything like that. So we'll find out in like 2 days, 3 days. But yeah, I don't think this effect is still in the remake. Love seeing all the little details in this room. Person with their bug collection, butterfly collection, also reminiscent of Alessa from Silent Hill 1, who collected bugs, butterflies, moths. Symbolically, butterflies and moths have relationship with rebirth, reincarnation, the idea of a caterpillar going into a cocoon and then emerging as a butterfly, taking on a new form. Somewhat reminiscent of Mary and Maria, who also has a butterfly tattoo on her. Little butterfly graffiti over there in the corner. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Investigate. Really want the remake, if only to contrast and compare. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun just comparing the two. Got the clock key. Hope the remake goes viral so they can remake Silent Hill 3 next. I believe, just based on pre-orders and stuff already, it's doing well. It's anticipated to be this has the potential, whether you like it or not. I'm not a fan of Bloober Team, so I have mixed feelings on it, but there is very real potential that the Silent Hill 2 remake is the best-selling Silent Hill game ever. It could happen. It is a very not zero chance of that happening. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the best-selling games in the Silent Hill series came out 25 years ago in a very, very different sort of environment. Gaming as a whole was very different. Gaming audiences as a whole were very, very different. Game sales numbers were very different, and things back then, it's hard to compare to things the way they are now, but the Silent Hill series has always been sort of a, no pun intended, but a cult, a cult classic. There's very dedicated fans for this series, but the series has overall not sold super well for Konami. And Silent Hill 1 still is the best-selling Silent Hill game. Still. Silent Hill 1. Not Silent Hill 2 Original. Silent Hill 2 Original sold less than Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 3 sold less than Silent Hill 2, and so on and so forth. Basically, every game in the Silent Hill series has kind of just been downward. A very consistent downward line graph. Which is why Konami, realistically stopped putting as much effort and money into the series. Eventually stopped making them and acknowledging Silent Hill altogether for quite a while there. Crazy across all ports? Across all ports, yeah. Like, even some of the less well-received Resident Evil games, a single game in the Resident Evil franchise, for comparison, even a less well-received one, like Resident Evil 6. A lot of people don't like Resident Evil 6. I don't like Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 6, by itself, sold more copies than every single game in Silent Hill franchise combined. Just to give you some perspective on like what I mean when I'm talking about sales numbers. Like, the sales numbers are not disappointing in overall terms, but from Konami's perspective, compared to like its competitors, yeah, it's a huge difference. Think the remake will get outsiders into the series? Absolutely, it already has. It already has. Like, we're already seeing it. I've already seen so many people who are like going out of their way to learn how to set up emulators or buy physical copies or, whatever they can to play the original games in preparation for the new games that are announced, like the remake and everything else. So, yeah, it's absolutely bringing a lot of new people into the fandom. What is the clock? Clock goes away, not rendered in there. I mean, you can't see in there anymore with the default camera anyway, so that kind of makes sense, but a lot of times, even if you can't see something, they'll still render it in there. But not the clock, I guess. Before I go where I'm supposed to go, I just want to take another look at this hallway from Pyramid Head's perspective. Okay. I know I just saved. I'm going to save separately here, because this is where the game crashed last time. Remember, chat, they ain't fucking. That's right, Yami. Masahiro Ito said it himself. They ain't fucking. He deleted that tweet. That made me so sad when I discovered that he deleted that tweet and I never got like a proper screenshot of it. There is a similar tweet in that chain of responses where he says something very similar. He says, they are in no way making actual fuck. But he had an original tweet before that where he just said, they ain't fucking. And it was just one of the funniest things to me. But yeah, they are in no way making actual fuck. Pyramid Head was just trying to make some cookies. He's very bad at following instructions. Yeah, he says, yeah, exactly, Johnny Sick. Something that looks like a fuck, but is in no way actual fuck, I think is the quote. There's a painting hanging on the wall. Looks like a landscape of this area. It does it? Is it? That looks like a mountain. Like the Alps. I don't think that's Silent Hill. Oh, look at the skulls. See the skulls in the landscape painting there. Do you think some major content will get removed in the remake? Wonder what this scene will look like in the remake. So, earlier at the start of the stream, I mentioned that for the sake of being thorough and doing research, I've been following the remake very closely up until recently. Because I did have some things spoiled for me that I didn't really want spoiled since the game came out early. People got it earlier than they were supposed to, is what I mean. This scene is one of the things that was spoiled for me. So, I'm not going to comment on it now. You'll see it for yourselves in a couple days when the game's out. And we'll talk about it when I stream it, I guess. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say for now. Fire escape. Time for bed? Alright, take it easy here, Amy. Get some good sleep, man. Will we finally know who is Miriam K? Well, that would be awesome. Never realized that word says well. Can't really make out if this is supposed to say anything else, but better view at some of this graffiti that you can't normally look at super close. Dude, even this stuff, like the washer and dryer, have like labels on it. Commercial washer, Speed King. It matches the labels on the machines. There's like a poster with instructions. Crazy detail. And again, the normal camera perspective for this room is like from up here in this corner looking down. Like you barely see any of this stuff. These things having this amount of detail is just so crazy. Especially for a PS2 game back in 2001, where like disk space was at a premium. You had to make every last little fucking bit and byte worth of data matter. And Team Silent still squeezed in all of these little details and things into the environments that the player doesn't even see. It's insane. Who are they? Travis Painting. Serves Furs Guard Board. Travis from Silent Hill Origins, confirmed. Before he was a trucker, he was a painter. Dude, who is that on that magazine? It looks like Will Ferrell. That's Ron Burgundy. Know him anywhere. Dude, all the details in these little rooms. These are little optional rooms, too. No, like, key items or anything in here. There's still so much detail. Phone doesn't seem to work. Mount Fuji? I don't know why I like the view of these like stairwell areas so much, but especially in the first person perspective, I don't know, something about it. Very cool. Just being able to see I guess, how tall everything actually is, like the building and everything that you're in, because the way the camera, the default camera, having that very locked down feel, like even though you're running from floor to floor, the way the camera perspective is, you sort of feel like, I don't know, there's a roof, like each floor kind of feels separate, like, oh, I'm on the first floor, now I'm on the second floor, like each part feels very isolated from each other when you've got a set, static camera from, a very particular angle. Being able to just look up and down and be like, oh wow, there's the whole stairs going all the way up, there's the third floor that I walk up to. Yeah, you get a much better sense of the proportions, the sense of scale in the environment. Really cool. It feels like the roof would be right above the static camera. Exactly. Like, I guess just sort of subconsciously you feel that way. Like, whatever your view is from the perspective of the normal camera, in your mind you sort of think like, well, above that there would just be the ceiling. You sort of, I don't know, in my mind I think of the camera kind of in that way. But yeah, you really get a sense of scale or the perspective of the building. Being able to stand outside of the building like this and look up at, oh wow, there's 3 floors of this, and then walk in and be like, yeah, no, there's 3 floors of this. Like, this is all the way it should be. Something, I don't know, very interesting about the way your mind kind of processes an environment based on your perspective of it. Does that make sense? Do I just sound crazy? Like, these environments, as familiar as they are to me, feel very different from this perspective, but in a good way. Like, it makes them feel more real in a way, being able to just look up freely and be like, yep, there is where the 3rd floor of this building that I can eventually go up to is. But like, you get to see it from the inside, from the outside, like everything sort of makes sense geometrically, not just from the camera perspective that you're given. Really interesting. More Speed King washers. Makes me wonder if they should do a VR version of the remake. That would be interesting, just as like a side thing. They have a VR mode or VR support. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? Police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss. The spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. That's something in my neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. Love that added line. That whole article is really great. I love this game building up the idea of like Walter Sullivan as this background sort of serial killer. You get this idea of different, he's seeing things. It lets the player draw some comparisons to James and kind of start questioning things. And then of course it gets retconned and rewritten into Silent Hill 4, which is kind of cool in its own way. I need to take a break. All right. Back to Silent Hill 2 first person. We've got an old man coin, fire escape courtyard key. We got dramatic camera angles. Wasn't expecting that. There's a lot of times where the camera sort of breaks out of first person, but I didn't realize unlocking that door was one of them. Keep off the grass. I don't think I can even get on the grass. Can't run around up there. Yeah. Again, stuff like this. Just being able to see the perspective of the apartment building, like how the hallways connect with each of the floors around the courtyard. Really like being able to get this perspective. Let's go swimming. No trespassing. Visitors must register at main office. Go swimming in the apartment pool. How much fun this guy's having. Don't move. I'm a floating gun. You see the coin in there? Oh, you can. It's very small. And there it goes. Got the snake coin. Little hot tub or kiddie pool. Oh, wow. I never realized the bottom part of that door is broken out and you see the floor underneath. I always just kind of saw that part of the floor as like part of the boards and everything on it. Don't come any closer. Worf. Not to be confused with Worf from Star Trek. Killing Chef. S-H-E-F. Worf Killing Chef? To hell. You actually see this to hell graffiti in a few places. Down on this wall as well. Yeah. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor Roger Widmark. History of the town as a tourist attraction area or resort area. And that same Roger Widmark tourist brochure can be found in Silent Hill 3. Apparently all the doors go to hell. Except for Eddie's door. What the? Who could have done this? Same text line as when James sees the corpse that resembles himself in room 208. You okay in there, Eddie?
wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Yeah. You just be careful not to get any of that on my shoes. Can't wait for the mods for the remake. Completely different experience. OG camera mod too. Definitely going to be a lot of interesting mods for the Silent Hill 2 remake, I'm sure. Get our extra scene with Eddie here.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Silent Hill 2 remake mod number 1, import old voice lines. Won't work. The new script. The dialogue is not one for one. So you'd have to... Now, what someone might do is AI original voice lines, like original voice actors, AI read the new dialogue. I could see somebody doing that. How old is Eddie? In the remake, he looks a lot older. In Silent Hill 2 original, he's supposed to be 23. Football posters and everything all around Eddie. Eddie, of course, shot a football player in the leg. So we've got little aspects of kind of what Eddie's done before showing up in Silent Hill. All right here in the room around him. Football, sports magazines, football posters. And physical beauty, nature divine protection. And Konami. Yeah, in the bottom right corner on that poster. Illusions, the water margin. Dallas Cowboys. Even got the star down there in the bottom right, the blue star. Super Bowl. That's definitely the Cowboys, blue and silver. Pro Football. Club Inflexible Person. My kind of club. Pro Football of Power Sports. Do I follow American football at all? I did when I was younger. I don't at all now. Like, when I was growing up, you know, growing up in Texas in the late 80s, early 90s, Dallas Cowboys were like at their peak, and football is a very big deal in Texas. So when I was younger, I used to play football in middle school and high school. But yeah, after high school, I kind of fell out of it. I didn't really keep up with watching it either. All right. On to the other apartment building. There is no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. We know that little shot is in the remake, like redone. Very similar, almost exact camera angle. This is in one of the first trailers they showed. There's an old broken down bed here. And the cleanest bathroom in all of Silent Hill. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? Too bad this part's not in first person, right? You don't get the camera just like right down in the bowl. Looks like a wallet. Some kind of memo in it. VV4. I like how James, like, doesn't take it out either. He doesn't wash his hands. He doesn't roll up his sleeve. He takes the wallet out. He looks at the numbers on it, and then he puts it back in the toilet. Because if you examine the toilet again, he kneels down, and it says there's some kind of memo inside the wallet. So presumably he left it there. Like, he checks it and then just puts it back. And the nice thing about Silent Hill 2 in the original, you can just do that. You can just make James do that. And then this safe, you don't have to open it. It just has like some supplies and stuff in it. It's not a necessary puzzle or progression. In the remake, sticking your hand in the toilet is a necessary thing. You have to do it now. Not optional. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Some references here. So Tim is a reference to Tim Robbins, who plays Jacob Singer in the film Jacob's Ladder. Left the house key with Uncle David, reference to David Lynch, director whose work very heavily inspired a lot of Team Silent and Silent Hill in general. And then this apartment, the house key for it is the Lyne house key, Lyne, as in Adrian Lyne, who directed Jacob's Ladder. So a bunch of little references and things on that note. First aid. Oh my god, somebody spray painted over the Speed King instructions. How are people gonna know how to wash their clothes? God, I love the, like, water reflections showing everything on the roof of the hallway. Got it. So I just reloaded my gun and it did that little zoom in, and it very much reminded me of like the PT zoom function. Like when you click the stick in to zoom in on something and look closer at PT. Something about just like the speed, the snappiness of that zoom reminded me of that. And just in general, walking around doing this in first person, it's hard not to kind of have PT on the brain. Because ultimately, in my mind, that's kind of like, this is kind of how I imagine it might have been. A mix between like first person and then occasionally like pulled back third person in cutscenes with Norman Reedus and shit. Yeah, I know. PT is not Silent Hill. It is not a demo. It is a teaser, like it was a playable teaser for an unreleased Silent Hill game. It was not a demo. It didn't have anything to do with what the final game would have been. But we got a teaser trailer for, you know, the gameplay itself was not what the final vision would have been, but Norman Reedus walking around the town, like that little bit, most likely was. I like to imagine it was probably, it may have been something like this, you know, where you have indoor segments, walking around, looking at things up close. But then breaks from that. I'm just talking about from a visual perspective, strictly a visual perspective. You're getting into the weeds. 111. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say?
How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Oh God. James's legs. Oh God. That's how legs work in first person. Okay, well, that gives me an idea of how they made all of this work. When you can't see him, it works fine. Okay. The prisoner coin. There we go. Linehouse key. We can go break into Adrian Lyne's apartment. Still steal the original film reels for Jacob's Ladder. Got the whisper. We've been blessed by the random whisper. That sound effect is completely random. It does not happen on every playthrough. Wish the flashlight would, guess if I aim and look around, it kind of moves with me. Look at that gray. Nothing that looks to be of any use. Feel like I've had it every playthrough. Didn't know that. Yeah, it absolutely is a random thing. You can even check in the code. Because the randomized elements of Silent Hill 2 are all determined from like the moment you select start game from the title screen. Speedrunners use this to manipulate what seed they're going to be on in order to know all of the randomized puzzle solutions before they get to them. And the whisper is one of those things that is also always randomized. If you play the game a lot of times in succession, that's the thing. If you just play Silent Hill 2 like a normal person, where you play a game and you replay it maybe like once a year, maybe like twice a year, if you're like a really big fan of a game, normally, I think on average, your normal fan of something might play a game that they enjoy like that, like maybe 2 times a year. If you're an insane person like me and you sit down and you like speedrun or play the game like 6, 7, 8 times in a row, back to back in one sitting, you notice lots and lots and lots of those things that are randomized in this game. Lots of little sound effects and things that just don't happen every time you play. And that whisper is one of them. Imagine being a normal person? I couldn't. Couldn't even remotely imagine. Here we go, boss fight, first person. Oh yeah, this is a little bit bugged out too. Pyramid Head's gonna float. He's magic. I don't know why he floats for a little bit in first person, but he floats. Pew, pew. He looks tiny. I mean, a lot of people's impression of Pyramid Head, I think, is skewed by how he's portrayed in the movie and like Homecoming and stuff. Because Pyramid Head in the original is literally like the same height and proportions as James. He's not massive. He's not this huge hulking thing the way that they develop him to be later on for other things. He got me. He's wiggling his tongue at me. There we go. You can kind of see it like that. Put me down. Unhand me. Oh, he canceled his animation. What the fuck was that fake out? Oh, because the timer ran out. Yeah, you don't have to fight him at all on this. If you just wait long enough, he goes away. He floats away. There he goes. It's still pinged off of his helmet. All right. Pyramid Head and other horror creatures in general are more freaky when they are not just buffed up humanoids. Yeah, I think having things sort of be more realistic, human-sized, proportioned, but still clearly not human, you know, there's a different kind of horror aspect to that. Much more unique horror aspect to it, as opposed to like big, bulky, super tall. It's scary because it's big. He's big. It's scary because he's big and tall. You know, Dead by Daylight does that, where everything is scaled in such a way so that, like, killers are massive compared to survivors. Even though if you look at, like, you know, the original Halloween, Michael Myers is not 10 fucking feet tall. But he feels like it in something like, you know, Dead by Daylight. But Silent Hill sort of traditionally, in the original games, subverts a lot of those more tropey kind of typical horror concepts, like big bulky demons with horns and they look like devils and monsters, and Silent Hill was like, no, make them look human, make them look just human enough but distinctly not human at the same time. That's way creepier. That's way creepier than just a big demon. Ball animation in first person? Ooh. Underwhelming. Anacorp. It's Anacorp. Annapurna. They're making Silent Hill Townfall. Well, they're producing it. Publishing it. Whatever. No Code is developing it. No parking. Garbage.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Whoa. Whoa. Sometimes when it's like snapping from a cutscene back to the camera, it does some weird stuff. He turned into Tony Hawk for a moment there. At a 900. I always thought this looked really cool. Little like underpass, walkway. Can't get up there. Rosé Water Park. Caution, slippery when wet or frosty. Good statue. This was Chester, something Chester. Civil War memorial thing. But legs and feet are missing, arms are missing, head is missing, horse's head is missing. Patrick Chester, son of Edward, fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. Hey, Danger. Welcome. Never played this game? Is it like Resident Evil? Pretty much. You got guns, you got healing items, you got monsters you shoot. But Resident Evil's about bioweapons, and Silent Hill is about psychological nightmare demons. But otherwise, they're basically the same thing. I wonder how many people who are new here who don't really know me or don't really watch the channel are, what the fuck did he just say? Life preserver. See the little fishing docks, the little walkways and stuff that go out there? Or I guess not fishing. It's the no fishing. Specifically not fishing. It's the boat. What do they call them? Moors? I'm not a boat person. No swimming or diving.
Mary?
And Maria just hanging out there waiting.
No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
God, the camera, I never know what direction the camera is going to be pointed when it snaps back from a cutscene. I'm just like, okay. Just staring at a wall of gray. Yeah, make sure your hair looks nice. Oh, that's weird. watching her head turn and follow you in first person. You get back. You're not my wife. You're an imposter. Hold on. I have to see what this looks like in first person. Hold on, everyone. We're doing science. Come here, Maria. We're doing science. We need to know what it looks like. Everyone's gonna be real mad when the remake comes out and I'm doing shit like this. And of course we got the hot dog cart. The iconic hot dog cart that if Bloober Team removed it from the remake, the entire thing is ruined. And where else are you going to get pretzels and hot dogs? Also, reload and not abuse Maria. Gonna play the remake on release. I'm playing it on the 6th. The pre-release, or the early access with the deluxe pre-order. So just 3 more days. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. Someone actually said in chat, hold on. It was during the cutscene. Lord Jovi said, "What's the boat lore?" You probably said that jokingly, because I'm like looking at this stuff and made a comment about boats. But there's a lot of boat lore. There's legitimately boat lore in this game. There's a boat called the Little Baroness that sank in Toluca Lake in that 1918. And they make an entire other game, the Silent Hill arcade game, which actually goes further into the history of the Little Baroness. But there is boat lore. Like I said, you probably didn't mean that question sincerely. But you got boat lore. Little Baroness is out there somewhere in the bottom of Toluca Lake. Haunted by a little ghost called Hannah. Whose mother went crazy and threw her off with the damn boat. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived here with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Statue memorializing one of the early cultists. The cult doesn't have a whole lot to do with the story of Silent Hill 2, but you still get little bits and pieces of things kind of alluding to their existence still being a presence in the town, even if they're kind of not the main focus of this game the way they were in like 1 and 3. Is the cult wealthy? Supposedly, to some degree, they are. They have some success. It's hard to know how much of that is through what means, but the implication from Silent Hill 3 is that Vincent, like, selling drugs is a big plot point of Silent Hill 1, so there's probably money from that. But yeah, Vincent, the way that he kind of refers to it in Silent Hill 3 makes it seem like, you know, he refers to the church at the end. He says, you know, I built this place with the power of money, the power that you view with such scorn. Where it's like, from a belief perspective, Claudia doesn't like, you know, money, but it's a necessary thing for like their cult to operate. And Vincent sort of understands it from that perspective. Jackson. The logo, it's a little boot, a little cowboy boot. Powell Electric Industry. Doghouse. Is the dog key in there? A lot of times in these areas where you like pick up a key, a lot of times there's actually a key like modeled, like rendered, like when you get the clock key out of the wall in the apartments. Even though the camera doesn't show it normally, if you hack the camera and like look inside the little hole in the wall, there is a model for the key in there that James actually like grabs. I'm trying to see if maybe in first person you can see like the doghouse key sitting in there, but it doesn't look like it. Probably a doghouse, though I'm not sure since there's no dog around. You seen any dogs? I said, have you seen any dogs? What's that? Hotel? Motel? Holiday Inn? Silent Hill 3, when we did the cam hack playthrough, we actually looked around Jackson very, very close. Because we used a free camera mod to like float the camera up there, look around at all these little areas. Nice. There's the door to the room that Harry and Douglas stay in. Heather and Douglas stay in Silent Hill 3. Harry and Douglas staying in a hotel room, that was a different thing. That was a fan fiction I read the other night. Getting my facts mixed up. No backing in. Low rates, cable color TV, kings and queens. Dude, all these little like gated up apartment entrances and building entrances. Everything like rendered around inside. Crazy. I just love the detail. California license plate there. We know Team Silent did a lot of reference photography in San Bruno, California, and around Redwood City, California, where the Konami US offices used to be. Can't wait till you get to the prison and view one of the prisoners. I mean, we'll get to look inside the cells at kind of this perspective, but yeah, there's not anything really really rendered. Yeah, there is like a weird little moving mass. It's very similar to the bug textures for the creepers, but yeah. I don't think even with the first person camera you can see that. You need to have like a free floating camera to like clip into the ceiling where that is. because it's not even in the cell. It's in like the little ceiling space above the cell. Basketball hoop there. Are you going to try to do a quick playthrough on day one of Remake or try to 100% it? I am going to play that game more times than everybody watching me right now combined. So, yes. Day one is just going to be my casual playthrough. That's going to be my just playing it normally, playing it naturally. I'm not trying to do something. I'm not trying to get an ending. I'm not trying to finish it quickly or slowly or 100%. I'm just... First playthrough is just playing the video game. A lot of you might not understand. Let Grandpa Nub sit you down, but back in the day before like streaming and social media and internet, you'd get a new game and you would sit down and you'd put the game on and you would just play that game. There weren't achievements. There weren't trophies. There wasn't social media to post little clips of what you're doing and your accomplishments for. It was for your own entertainment and personal enjoyment. And a lot of people seem to have kind of lost that aspect of video games. But that is my first playthrough. I'm going to play the game a million times. I'm going to eventually 100% it. I'm going to eventually speedrun it. I'm going to eventually do everything you can do in that game. But for the first playthrough, I'm just going to play the fucking game. I'm going to do my best to play it and not hate on it constantly. That's the goal. And I don't think that's going to be a problem based on everything I see now. I'm going to have complaints. I'm going to have critiques. But I'm going to definitely have things that I enjoy about it as well. I'm sure. You had fun not getting rewarded every 5 seconds with a trophy? Yeah. It was a different kind of reward. The reward of like renting Ninja Gaiden on NES a million fucking times and then finally beating it. There's no pop-up. There's no achievement. There's no trophy. There's no share in that. Other than telling your friends that, oh my god, I beat it and it was this crazy fucking shrimp boss that flung aliens at you, and your friend just goes, whatever, man, shut up, you're lying. Like, things were so different. Accomplishments were very different. The mindset behind playing a game was very different. I know so many people now who play games like strictly for achievements and trophies and accomplishments rather than trying to just, like, I don't know, enjoy an interactive experience. Gun in your hand. Hey, Joe? Where you going with that gun in your hand? Gonna go shoot my old lady? We doing some Jimi Hendrix, some references? Shooting old ladies? Huh? Jimi Hendrix? Heard of him? Purple Haze? What's this one? Something Feeling? Bottom word says feeling, I think. I can't quite read what the top is supposed to be. L-E something? The very strange thing, I play games because I like them. I mean, I play games for lots of reasons. I'm not trying to, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make an argument over just like, you know, whatever your reasons for playing games are doesn't need to be validated by anybody else. If you play games for achievements, that's totally fine. I'm just kind of pointing out, like, gaming as a culture and sort of the mentality of playing games is very, very different compared to how it was when these kind of games first came out. Not bad, just different? Exactly. And like I said, you can have many different reasons for playing games. There's games that I play for enjoyment, for personal enjoyment. There's games that I play for your enjoyment. Games that I definitely would not play nearly as much, but I play them because I know viewers like to see them. There's games that I play strictly because they're part of this franchise. It says Silent Hill in the title, and I wouldn't play it otherwise. And again, if I wasn't a streamer, I probably would play them even less, if at all. So, like, I don't know. There's lots of reasons. There's lots of reasons for playing games. But when I'm playing a game, when I'm, like, experiencing something, like, for the first time, the way that I will be with like Silent Hill 2 Remake and any other Silent Hill stuff after that, I still want to try to give it just a fair shot. Like, I don't try to go into a first playthrough of like, oh, I'm going to love this, or oh, I'm going to hate this. Like, I just kind of want to let it happen. Let the gameplay happen naturally. Let the exploration happen naturally. Let my interaction with it happen in a very natural way. And see what works. Some things might be very intuitive, some things might not be, and that'll add or take away from my enjoyment, you know. But I'm not trying to just sort of have like a set idea going into it. You wouldn't choose to play Book of Memories? Man, that alternate you would really be missing out. Yeah, no, I would not go out of my way for something like Book of Memories. Outside of streams and stuff, the fan in me would have been curious. I would have played it for maybe like an hour and then never touched it again in alternate reality. Lakeview Hotel, 1.6 miles away. One big conspiracy was taking Maria to Heaven's Night, and if you wait near the pole, Maria will start dancing. Oh yeah, that was a real old and easily proven untrue rumor from back in the day. And I don't want to reference it. I don't want to spoil it for everyone else, but that is another thing that was ruined for me for the remake. That was spoiled for me. But Bloober references that. They reference that rumor. Did Rachel ever reach level 500 too, or just you? Just me. Rachel, I think, was on like 300 something. Almost 400. Texon gas. Unleaded premium. Look at them gas prices. $1.17 for unleaded. Like Native American logo there, the Texon. Just like looking at all the imagery. Oh, look at that. Konami Computer Entertainment. Down there. The bottom three, or the middle and the one on the right, they both say Konami. Konami Computer. Let's say, because of the way that the texture is, it looks like a U. Okay. Konami Computer. Got a book. Lost Memories. Brain Rot. Hey, Unlamax also saw it, so at least it wasn't just me. At least other people in chat have the same brain rot. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. That's what I want a game. If I could make a game, that's the game I would make. I would make a game about that town. What was settled here before Silent Hill? What happened to it? Why it was erased from time and history. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. But that town that was initially here, that was abandoned, it's a reference to the real-life Roanoke colony. But I would love a game based around that time period. Pool Customs. Cool drink, old fashioned. Didn't Silent Hill 2 development start in 1999? I believe so, yeah. Would have been shortly after the release and everything for Silent Hill 1, so yeah. All the cool customs. Texon Auto Service. Muffler and brakes. Beat Cool Custom. Power steering. Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Hey, Steve-O. Not too bad. We're doing all right. Run around the town with Maria in first person. Exploring these silent hills. Wow, forgot all about Ico. I feel like Ico kind of got sort of overshadowed by Shadow of the Colossus. Because those two sort of usually go hand in hand in the same conversation. Excellent game, though. Both excellent games. Billboard for Silent Hill Tavern. Although it just kind of looks like it says shit over and over. Maybe not the best graphic design. Font choice. Silent Hill Historical Society. The Early Days of Toluca. Stories of the Truth. Nathan Avenue. Lakeside Amusement Park. 3 Miles. Comic Sans. Dancing Horses. Everything checks out. Toluca Lake. Keep the Nature. More Comic Sans. And remember, this is not HD collection. A lot of people... This is why Comic Sans is in HD collection. And this is what a lot of people don't realize. Like, the game devs, like, they didn't just choose Comic Sans and put it in the game when it wasn't there previously. They had incomplete game files. So the sign, the Silent Hill Ranch sign, wasn't there. They had to basically make a new one. The texture wasn't there. And the font, they have only so many fonts in the game files. And they used the wrong one. They used this one because it's used on other signs. And they probably looked at it and was like, oh, it's a font. It's on a sign. This is probably what should be there for Silent Hill Ranch. Now, the solution would have been to like look at the original game and be like, oh, hey, no, it's not. We should get the correct font, the correct file, or recreate it. But yeah, Comic Sans is in the game. HD collection didn't just... HD collection didn't just throw Comic Sans into the game when it didn't exist previously. It was there. They just used it in the wrong spot. What do you think of the new Silent Hill Historical Society website? Awesome. More stuff like that. More like Silent Hill ARG interactive, where you've got the Historical Society CEO or founder or whatever, like sending you threatening emails. It's so fucking cool. It's really neat. That's such a good idea. As far as like it's just a marketing thing, you know? But it's an official website. You know, it's not a fan-made thing. They decided to just make a cool little Historical Society website. And then it could have been very bland. Like, Konami's done this before. Like when Silent Hill 4 came out, that was one of the first times I can remember in this series Konami doing like an online thing that coincided with a game release. 2004, they did this with Silent Hill 4. There was a website up where you could read additional information. You could go on the Konami website on the Silent Hill 4 thing, and you could read the victim files and another red tome. But there was like extra supplementary material for Silent Hill 4 through the website. So now doing something like that, you know, but making it more interesting. It's not just here's some extra info on a website. It's like, here, it's a whole like interactive thing with an ARG that you can participate in. That's really cool. That's really cool. It's a great idea. Whoever came up with that, whoever's idea it was to do that as part of the like marketing and stuff needs to be in charge of more. Lakeview Hotel boat launch, Paleville, South Vale. Yeah, I know. Silent Hill Historical Society. For some reason, I've always really liked this sign. I don't know why. It's something about just sort of the messy, uneven drawing of it. Like, for anybody who's ever been to like a Renaissance fair, I used to go to Ren fairs and stuff all the time. This feels like a Renaissance fair shop sign, you know? It's just something like that I really like about it. Yeah, countryside, tourist, trappy. It's very appropriate. Like, I think that's what it is, Livlin. And the way you phrased that kind of made it click. That it is. It's very appropriate for Silent Hill as like a tourist town. This is definitely the aesthetic, the tourist town aesthetic. New England, Maine, you know. Check out the history of our quaint little town, like this kind of stuff. I love the flying mannequins. They just yeet themselves out into the road. Giga Computer. Baby and Kids Superstore. Discount prices. Baby gift registry. Parking and rear. Bear entrance. Well, that's good for bears. Be glad to know. Silent Hill Fresh Meats. Again, this kind of design for like a billboard that is very like the local fresh meat stand, you know. Lakeview Hotel. Still alive? Don't worry, I have 435 bullets. We are Doom Guy. Still no news on the film release date? Yes, Return to Silent Hill kind of went quiet. Bridge is ruined. Can't get to the hotel from here. I'm thinking something happened with the movie. I don't know if there was issues with distribution or if they needed to do like reshoots or something like that, but it seemed like they were trying to ramp up a lot of that stuff all at the same time. There was like a trailer and everything, and then that was like very quickly kind of shut down, like clammed up. Trailer got scrubbed, and the movie is pretty much Silent Hill 2. I mean, yeah, it's Christoph Gans, who directed the first Silent Hill movie, doing a movie based on the story of Silent Hill 2. That's what Return to Silent Hill is. But I was following the development of it, and they were posting like production stills and behind the scenes. There was stuff on actors and crew members were posting stuff on Instagram and sharing stuff, and then it was like, okay, it's in post-production, and then people started trying to speculate on like we should be getting a trailer or something like that. Stuff started getting kind of pushed back and quieter, and most people were just kind of like, oh, it's probably just gonna they're gonna talk more about it closer to the release of Silent Hill 2 Remake. And well, we're 3 days away from that now, and they haven't said anything else about the movie, so but Heaven's Night billboard. I'm trying to see what that text at the bottom says there. We've uncovered something. Revile in something. Some kind of weird text there. Pet Center, Vaccine Clinic, T's Italian Restaurant, which is one of the locations in town. You can't go in, but you can like see the outside of it and everything. Might be able to go in the remake. A lot of these areas they made accessible in the remake. Jack's Inn, Beauty Rest, air conditioning, radio, TV, hi-fi. Beats Bolorama. 9 rod from here. Food, drink. Nine rod. Exxon Gas. South Vale Gas Station. Nine rod, that's practically around the corner. It really is. What a weird... Just love some of the weird like text where clearly it's like weird like mistranslation, most likely. Japanese devs making textures and kind of unsure about English, and it's stuff that once it's made might as well use it. Beats Bolorama. Even stuff like this, you know, the bowling alley parking lot has like the faded paintings on the walls of people bowling. Little details. More of those Jack Nicholson posters. You can kind of see down that little gap between the wall and the building, supposedly where Laura goes through. If Maria is to be believed, open it. I know you have the key. I don't know why you're messing with me. Just open it. Isn't it kind of fucked up? You can come back here and she doesn't open it. Knowing that she has the key and lets you in a little bit. Like, oh, we just have to go through the bowling alley first. I think it would be a blessing if it got canceled. Oh, the Return to Silent Hill movie. Really hate how the movie perverted the lore of the series. Not a fan of the Western games for the same reason. A lot of people's introduction was the first movie, which is a really shitty start. I mean, on the one hand, I agree. Like, trust me, I've gone on so many crazy rants about Centralia and all the misinformation around that kind of stuff over the years. So I kind of agree with you on that hand, Kuro, but also it's sort of on the viewer, it's sort of on the fans, right? To keep all of that information separate. It's not necessarily on them as the creators. It's sort of on us. It's on us as fans to be like, to have some recognition, you know, play the game, watch the movie, and recognize that they are different things. And not, you know, mix up information from one with the other. But, you know, people don't do that. Is that like a little Carl's Jr. star? Or Hardee's, depending on where you are. I do recognize this, though. That is used in Silent Hill 3 as well. Hold on, I have this texture. Where did I put that image? Because we found this during the Silent Hill 3 free cam. Here it is. During the Silent Hill 3 free cam playthrough, we actually found this texture. It's a Sports Illustrated video, a VHS, the Super Shape Up program with Cheryl Tiegs. But that is that little texture there on the door. Which, like I said, they use this again in Silent Hill 3. Yeah, a workout video sponsored by Pepsi. Because, you know, nothing says healthy and weight loss like soda.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
First person bowling alley. With the new crispness of the remake, as well as Bloober's better grasp of Americana, do you think they'll add more product placement? No.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you're sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
What's her name? Mary? 11121. I'm not going to get into the whole fucking Centralia rant, but the short answer is Centralia, confirmed by the original game developers, was unknown to Team Silent when they were making the games. The big issue with Centralia is that Roger Avery, who co-wrote the script for the first Silent Hill movie, used Centralia as part of his influence, reference or the depiction of the other world for the movie. It was strictly for the movie. The big misinformation is that people started saying that Centralia was the inspiration for the games and that the original games had like ash falling from the sky and stuff like that, when it's not. It's snow in the original games. So that's the whole issue with Centralia. It was not the inspiration for the town in the games. It was for the movies. It was strictly something from Roger Avery's perspective because he grew up near Centralia. So it was something that he like knew about. Something he was aware of and wanted to sort of represent in the movie. It says snow in the booklet of Silent Hill 1. It says snow in the game Silent Hill 1. You meet Dr. Michael Kaufman in Alchemilla Hospital. He says, it's snowing out this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. It's not ash. It's never been ash. There's a coal mine in Silent Hill, but it didn't burn or anything. They mined all of the coal out of it and it shut down. That's why the town started to fall into disrepair until they shifted into tourism. Cold drinks. The cold drinks vending machine. The Dixie Narco 550. I love this vending machine. I want to buy one and have it sitting in my room. Just in the background somewhere. Just because it's a thing that actually exists in real life and is used in Silent Hill. I want one. It was in The Matrix. It was also in Blade Trinity.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But,
Are you alone here, Eddie?
no.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Forget you. I love that. There's something very of its time. The like late 90s, early 2000s, the way James says forget you, like, I don't know, that just takes me back to being like in middle school, high school, and wanting to say fuck you, but like there's a teacher, you know, the principal's right there, you're gonna get in trouble. So forget you. Forget you, Eddie.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
Anyhow. The voice dialogue is nostalgic. That's the thing. It's very, like, of its time. This game, for all the things that the remake, and I can appreciate the remake for what they're trying to do, what Bloober wants to do, and kind of the idea behind remakes. But when and a lot of people talk about like lightning in a bottle, what it means to have something that is good for reasons that are sort of beyond the sum of its parts. And I think there's a lot of aspects of that in Silent Hill 2. There's just something about not only the visuals of it, but the music and the dialogue and the performances. Everything is very of its time. The nice, neat little kind of time capsule. This is the new millennium of gaming. And just sort of something that takes my mind back to that. But maybe that's me. That's just nostalgia, reflecting back on my life and kind of the times, what it was like when this game first came out. What toppings? That looks like ham, black olives, red peppers, or maybe tomatoes, green peppers, maybe some mushrooms in there. One of those little brown spots. Could be sausage. I actually tried to recreate this pizza with the same toppings. That was 3 years ago now. 2021. I did a... it was my 10-year anniversary, because 2011 is when I made my Twitch account. So 2021. I did a stream where we were just... I wasn't playing anything. We were just watching old VODs. And I thought, wouldn't it be funny if I did a stream where I just sat there and ate pizza? So that was the first part of the stream, was I ordered a pizza and I sat there and I ate the pizza and just talked to chat. So I did a stream where I literally just sat there and ate pizza. That was my 10-year anniversary. But I tried the pizza I ordered. I tried to match these toppings to make it as close to Eddie's Pizza as I could. Sounds nice. No need to be theatrical. Just chill. Oh, that was a great stream. I honestly, I can't remember why, but I lost the VOD for it. I don't remember what happened with that. But that was a good time. I have a horrible feeling the remake's going to be surface level with the psychological delivery. They'll miss the mark based on how flopping the labyrinth scene with Mary Maria. I have similar concerns. And some of the dialogue, even just from the trailers, I think they've made certain things too obvious, and you know, there's going to be a lot of changes, I think, made with that in mind, like trying to make things more obvious, trying to make it so that people can comprehend more aspects of the story than compared to the original. But again, we'll see, because a lot of that, how it impacts the feeling of the game, is going to come down to how the game is as a whole. Like, it's hard to say until, you know, we play the thing from start to finish. 3 more days. 3 more days and we don't have to speculate anymore.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
No. I'm going bowling. What's the photo on top of the doorway? Go look. Go look again. Take a little closer look at some of these other things before we move on, because that's kind of the whole point. This one? That's me. That's me as a bowling champion in my youth. That's why I know so much about Silent Hill. I used to live there. I would go to Pete's Bowlerama all the time. I don't know. It's just like some kid with a bowling trophy. I do wonder about all these textures, though. Like, legitimately who these people are. Because some of them, it is like a real photo. It was probably taken out of like a magazine or a newspaper or something like that, but it makes me wonder, like, who these people are. If they're still, you know, are you still alive? Are you still around? Do you know that you're in Silent Hill 2 as just like a texture? Bow, bow. Have a good night, Uncle Grumpus. Thank you again for the raid. Love when some games get remade. Even love new fans, but it just makes me sad when I see newer fans act like the original's unplayable or not worth a look anymore. I've talked about this 100 times already, but I feel like so much of that type of complaint in terms of Silent Hill 2 would not be such an issue if the availability of Silent Hill 2 original was not so muddied. Like, if you could just go on Steam and get Silent Hill 2 and play it like I'm playing it right now, if you could just do that and play the original in a very easy way, if you could just get on your PS5, download PS2 OG and play it, I think a lot of people would not have such an issue with things with the remake. The problem is you can't do that. There are exactly 2 ways to play Silent Hill 2 original. 1, you buy a physical copy that has been out of print for the last 23 years, and it costs an arm and a leg because of that. Or 2, you pirate it. Not everybody wants to pirate things, whether it's a moral reason or a you just aren't tech savvy reason or whatever. A lot of people aren't going to do piracy. A lot of people aren't going to spend $200, $300 for a game that's 23 years old. So that's the problem. To me, that is the bigger issue. It's not that the remake is coming out and changes things and presents things in a different way.
Any other way?
It's that the original is not easily available for comparison. That new fans are not easily able to just play the original and make their own comparisons. To me, that's a much bigger issue.
James, you can't make it through there.
The remake may not be the definitive version. No, but it's going to be the most easily accessible version, which will make it the definitive version. Because accessibility, at the end of the day, is king. Resident Evil 4, most successful Resident Evil game of all time. It's on everything. It's on every fucking platform. It's on every fucking console. Old, new, everything in between. You can get Resident Evil 4 original. You know? Imagine if that was what it was like for Silent Hill 2. Like, if you just had anything and you could just, oh, let me get Silent Hill 2 OG. People wouldn't be nearly as upset about the remake. The problem is that a lot of people are going to experience the remake and only the remake because they have no other choice. Thank you for opening the door. Yeah. The fucking sass just oozes off of her character. Let Good Old Games sell the PC version, if it's at least if it's not on Steam. Even that. Silent Hill 4 you can go and get on Good Old Games. Why not Silent Hill 2 and 3? They've also got PC ports. Fans have already done the hard part and made them work and compatible with modern hardware. Put them on Good Old Games. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness, but the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. Is that what GOG stands for? Yep, Good Old Games. Good Old Games. It mostly focuses on retro, older games. So, GOG, Good Old Games. Looks like the lock is broken and I can't open it. Look, that's where you were born. He's even looking at it. She's not like just looking at James. She looks at the door. That's where you were made. That's where Silent Hill made you. Yes. The Paradise neon sign. I love this sign with the like little tummy. Noticeable curvature. Oh, they got a box of butter cake. I see it back there behind the bar. All these drink mixes and then butter cake. Who's putting butter cake in their drinks? Putting cake mix in their fucking martinis. Just a regular stage. There's nothing strange about it. Is there? Nothing strange about this stage in the strip club, is there? Just wait till you see this part in the remake. Some of you already have. I already have. Also, it goes without saying, but if you also have seen some of the leaked footage and stuff, let's try to avoid too much detail on remake for the next couple days. I'm refraining from talking about these things that I've been spoiled on in too much detail for that same reason, so try to respect the same thing. Again, no need to spoil. It'll be like 2 more days. Less than 3 days. We'll be playing it and looking at it ourselves. Big old truck that would make Travis Grady proud. Oh, and even the license plate is scary. As boo. Oh, boo. The fog keeps changing? It does. The town, so a lot of people might not realize this, and I don't have the best settings right now to show it off. I have the fog simplified and the lighting and stuff simplified because it kind of messes with the some of the first person stuff. But there is time of day passage in Silent Hill 2. Like even in the original PS2 version, it's not just an enhanced edition thing. If you, once you meet Maria at Rosewater Park, if you just idle, if you just let the game idle, it will gradually start getting darker and darker as it moves into dusk. So what you're seeing right now is the difference in that lighting. After having spent time in Heaven's Night and come out and looked at everything, the lighting is now getting darker. So, yeah. They have the technology. They were doing this shit in 2001 on the PlayStation 2.
Over there!
Over where? I don't know why I keep being threatening. I'm getting too into the first person James thing. I need a pillow. I don't know why it's so funny to me to just like randomly just point the gun and be like, yeah. No trespassing. Vendors and visitors must register at main office. Permit perking only. No perking. Not unless you have a permit. No perks. Psycho streamer? I've been playing Silent Hill nonstop for the last 25 years, of course. I've lost my mind. I am not to be trusted. Oh, that's cool. Like destroyed building, but you can still see the foundation and stuff over there. I have to go after Laura. I can't just leave her all alone. Well, also maybe she'll be able to tell me something about Mary. There's just something about Mary. I don't know. Should have played Luigi's Mansion for 25 years instead. Did you know Takayoshi Sato worked on Luigi's Mansion? Like Luigi's Mansion, I think he joined Nintendo with Luigi's Mansion 2. There's Team Silent members working on Luigi's Mansion. That's a real thing. Brookhaven Hospital. These little medicine bottles. Man, so much of this that we've looked at already with the Silent Hill 3 free cam. We're going to see a lot of familiar stuff now, having just done the Silent Hill 3 free cam playthrough this past month. And now that we're in Brookhaven and Silent Hill 3 is like almost identical to Brookhaven and Silent Hill 2. There are some new things. There are some different rooms, like assets and things are different. It's not exactly the same, but it's very, very close. So we'll start seeing a lot of familiar assets from the Silent Hill 3 cam hack, kind of from this perspective as well. I always wondered what you think of Project Siren, though. Project Siren or the Forbidden Siren or just Siren series. Yeah, Keiichiro Toyama's series that he went to make after directing Silent Hill 1. I really, really love the world, the lore, the story, the art design of those games. I really don't like playing them. The Siren series are those kind of games where I love everything about them except playing them. The gameplay is rough. Everything about the game is great though. Like Again, I love the performances, the visuals, the style of it, the story of it. But yeah, it's such a slog to play those games. They are very frustrating to play. They're not intuitive. They're super clunky. And when people say clunky, like, to me, something like tank controls, like movement things, that stuff I can get used to. The sight jack mechanic of like constantly switching your perspective and seeing the fucking guy with a gun over here on this roof and then switching back and holding this person's hand while you run across and then they see you and snipe you anyway. That type of game. It's that game. It's that one where there's certain parts of Siren that stick it out in my head because I just remember doing them over and over and over and being like, why is this so bullshit? I love this game, but why is it so hard? Why is it so unforgiving? So it's that kind of game. I love the series, but it's not a fun game to play. It's a really great game to experience, and I highly recommend playing them. Just again, the art style and the story and stuff is so interesting and unique, but good lord, the gameplay. There's a few games that are like that. There's other games that are like that for me too. One that I people might say it's controversial because of how revered this game is now, kind of as a collector's piece, but Rule of Rose. A lot of people have like this high regard for Rule of Rose, and again, I love Rule of Rose from terms of music and visuals. Beautiful game. If you've ever played Rule of Rose, the gameplay in that game sucks. That is legitimately some of the worst combat in a survival horror game I've ever experienced. And I still highly recommend that game. It's one of those ones I'm like, it's going to be frustrating. You're going to hate parts of it, but it's worth getting through because it's such a cool thing. It's such a cool premise. Great soundtrack, like really cool visuals and a really interesting story, but the gameplay is like, you have to prepare yourself for it because it's so fucking bad. It's so bad. I have nightmares where I hear the fucking mermaid girl dropping down from the roof and puking, having to do that boss fight over and over. Oh my god, Rule of Rose. Beautiful game. Horrible gameplay. Those are the kind of games that need remakes. Yes, Unlimax. I totally agree. Silent Hill 2, if the original game was just more available than it is currently, gameplay-wise, you can still fucking play Silent Hill 2. Like, it is still a playable, enjoyable experience. Dated? Sure. But playable, enjoyable, yeah. Does not need a remake. Something like Rule of Rose, I'd love for that, something like that to be remade. Or Siren, something like Siren. Give Keiichiro Toyama a whole bunch of fucking money and let him remake Siren. Silent Hill 1, even Silent Hill 1, I feel like it's more deserving of a remake than Silent Hill 2, sure, but I don't think any of the Silent Hill games necessarily need remakes, personally. I think they need availability. I think they need a good modern collection to come out. I've saved the game, and I think we're going to go ahead and call it here and pick up with this tomorrow. Continue on with Brookhaven Hospital.